Hello, hello, and welcome to a daytime edition of the Monastery Dojo. I'm Kevin, the Arknight's Shadow, going to stream some more Vynnset gameplay today. Um, Latest updates to the deck, we have, at least tentatively, moved away from Pummel. It is no longer in the list whatsoever, not even the miserly copy in the side. We're just going to see how that feels. I think the logic behind moving away from it is it gives us a little more access to pitchless turns. To compensate for the loss of the pummels, we are back on a full set of Beseech Demigon in the board, and those will, uh, sort of slot in similar places. Um, we're also off of yellow envelops at this point. That is a speculative thing that I'm trying. We've got the third blue putrid back here in the board and some yellow reduced to rune chance. The reason we went reduces over say sink below is because the fact that these were replacing a rune chant generating card. It seemed like a uh, reasonable swap in, but it's possible that these slots will just be better served to sink below, particularly with the impending Ninja Resurgence, which we will encounter once Lexi leaves, and Dromi sort of takes center stage as the "you must be this tall to ride this ride" deck of the format. Um, okay, so I think that about sums up all the changes. Our base deck is at about 51 now. Putrids come in quite a few matchups. We have 21 total blues in the deck now, in case we face Icelander. Um, the board plan into Icelander has changed. We switched some things around. We are completely off of both Nebula Blade and Vexing Quillhand at this point. Um, the idea is into Icelander instead we go AB2 with Grimoire and Crown of Dichotomy, and Evanfold, if you are very confident they're the Rhea Adams special full arcane versions, you go Evanfold. Otherwise, you stick with. Um, no, sorry, I'm conflating my old game plan with my new game plan. AB2 in the uh, offhand and the helmet, and then you stick with Tunic, Grasp, and Spellbound Creepers. Um, so you're value blocking arcane when you reasonably can, and Tunic will help offset the pain of Coronet Peak, which is a brutally efficient card into us when we're on Carapace instead. Carapace at this point probably relegated um, to Azalea duties, um, and even that might end up not being the case. Or Kano as well gives us access to AB3 and Spell Void 2 into any rogue Kanos running around. Um, all right, well, without further ado, let's get into some Talahar action. Undo CC public. Let's go. Arachne. Into Arachne, I want to err on the side of things we can clear easily, and all these putrid strings have like pseudo effective go again stapled onto them, so they're not the worst things to lose to Arachne banishes. We'll bring in a few defense reactions as well, um, and I think we want to be more aggressive, so we're gonna run the beseeches over the runic reckonings here, and I think that should be fine. All right, opening hand is very, very good. Deathly Whale Banish gets us there. We've got Arcane Lanterns. They have a B. We will. This is purely a paranoia hedge. So we're gonna pitch the envelop to make the second rune chant, and we're going to Arsenal Beseech so that we keep a blue, a 3-block, and a banishable card all in one spot. Hurl for 3. Okay. Eradicate is one of the cards in this deck that we need to be wary of. Because we don't want to get stuck banishing a large pile of stuff. We're definitely blocking. The question is, with what? Here we go. Here. And if they have the cut to the chase, so be it. I don't think we want to cycle anything out. I think we're just going to keep it all. Which, in that case, I should have just blocked with Grasp of the Arcanite instead. Sorry. Thanks, amigo. Okay. Sunk the top card. Eradicate coming in. Yeah, so if I'm not if I'm not going to use Crown of Providence, there's certainly no reason to use it over Grasp. Shred, okay. So that's fine. Yellow mob skies. Oh, they hit one of our yellows. All right, eradicate value. We will banish Putrid Stirrings, which we're not going to be able to play this turn. Deathly Whale. 3 cards, 15 damage here. Suppose waiting also would have been good. Alright. Nah, the risk of getting blown out by Cut to the Chase is too high that I don't want to risk, getting 3 Blood Debt cards hit immediately. That would have been an absolute disaster on our end. And our setup here is very, very good. Yeah, cool. So we ideally aren't giving any cards. But we'll see. Even bigger than that. Okay. We are primed for a crazy good turn. Leave no witnesses with go again. So we can try and block and protect this incantation. But to block it means we're giving up this Deathly Whale. I don't hate the idea of that. So if we give 4 block here, we keep the ability to pay for Putrid Stirrings into Deathly Whale, and Tunic can pay for incantation. And if they have a trick here, it'll be a bummer, but not the end of the world. We can still have an explosive turn. So let's give... Whoa, wait. Oh, right. Shoot. That has extra text on it. I knew that. I totally knew that. All right. So with this being a 2-block, we'll just give Crown instead. Now the real question is this, do we just like soul read this? Nah, the ceiling on incantation sticking around is too good. Cool. Shred. All right. Okay, so we have Red Wraith, Yellow Whale. All right. Okay, so we're double gating this turn, no problem. We'll take a little bit of blood debt to do it, but that is not the end of the world. The question is, which double gate are we trying to do? And I think if we run out, the Yellow Whale, flash in. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I was playing more around cut to the chase than shred. Or yeah, it's I guess it ends up being the same difference. So I should have just sunk the incantation to save a card. I could also, instead of double gating, I could just set up for a huge follow-up turn. I don't hate the idea of that. So if we go Putrid, Pale Life, Deathly Whale. Taking the hit, okay. Well. Okay, well, we're gonna not be foolish, because as long as like we can tunic envelop Deathly Whale on our turn, and that's just fine. So we're going to respect this Eradicate and the fact that they likely have buffs coming out the wazoo here. So but I do have to banish something at the start of my turn, so I can't give literally every card. But we'll give this, and then no, I can give every card because Envelop makes a rune chant. Yeah. So how we lose this game is this Eradicate giving us a bunch more shit in banish. So we're just gonna. I mean, you know, if the. Yeah, Alex, I took today off work. I just like wanted a mental health day. Alright, so Shred. Shred's 3. Cut to the chase. Up to 7. I feel very vindicated in my decision to throw my entire hand in front of this. And they got one. Okay. Fair enough. Tunic, Envelop, Pay Life. Not bad for having blocked with all of our cards. All right, now this is a good hand, particularly with our blood debt situation. Actually, I guess it's not that great, but we'll make it work. I think we take 1 because we're not blocking with any attack actions this turn, anyways. So Spider's Bite's just a real bad Kadachi here. So we don't have any resources. I think I'm just gonna play it a little safe on this one. So block with Putrid Stirrings. There goes the defense step. Opponent has reactions. Mask. This is huge if they don't have anything, because eating both of those activations for no value is really awful from our opponent's side. Value perspective. They hadn't seen any defense reactions up to that point, so it's not unreasonable for them to have not been playing around 1. And here, I think we just want to keep the life total high. Like, we don't... A Shadow Puppetry trigger is not doing much of anything for us on this turn. So we will just... So actually, I don't need to pay, because they're not blocking 4 Rune Chants and 6 and a Flail. So we're going to not pay the life on this Shadow Puppetry. We'll throw out Deathly Delight. So it's 4 and 5. And then Flail. Yeah, no, I full blocking that Eradicate. I feel very vindicated in my decision to do that. Cool. So Rune Chants are connecting. We're following up with Flail, so we're going to get full value out of this Deathly Delight without even having to... Oh, wait. No, I'm like a drunkard. Ignore me. Oh, and we're getting Tunic here. And we pay for Flail. They're out of stuff. We'll gain our 2 life to offset our 1 blood debt. Codex of Frailty. Ooh. Okay. Little does our opponent know. We just get to... Alright, so they grabbed Leave No Witnesses. So... what do we have? Right now we have Phantom Wraith. Tunic's not going to be up. And we have to banish. We kind of want this Leave No Witnesses to hit. I think it's reasonable to, if we ditch the Envelop, well, they can choose to not banish though, which makes this a tougher call. I think we'll play this one. No, we'll lose the Envelop. Oh, I should have I should have put a yellow Deathly Whale instead. Okay, so we don't want to add to our blood debt count right now. We've got Phantom, Wraith, and Whale. I don't have enough for... 1 second, please. My cat knows how to ask me to open the blinds. There you go. Enjoy the outside. That one's Mira. She's the most talkative by far. If I ditch Reduce, we can... Nah, ditching Reduce seems bad. But I want them Hovering Skies, and I don't really want to banish Widespread Annihilation is the problem. Yeah, Widespread won't necessarily be there that long, especially if we have Reduce coming up. No, we won't necessarily. So, shit, this is a problem. No, let's just get rid of the Reduce. And then Mob Skies, Phantom Wraith. We don't want this card in our arsenal. So after this go again, we can just pitch to make a Rune Chant. Okay, so they stopped that, which is fair. So our only is Deathly Whale is our only one right now. So I think we're just going to pass. We're going to take one. We're set up. Tunic's coming back around. This hand... I don't really care about a Leave No Witnesses here. This is just 4 damage. Oh, they rebought Black Text. I missed that. That's good to good to realize now. Okay, so Putrid costs a blue. A third Rune Chant costs a Tunic resource and a blue, so we have a blue to spare here. But this is just 4. They can pump it. I think we say fine here. If they want to break blue Deathly Whale. Not ideal for us, but also not the end of the world. Alright. So we need an additional Rune Chant, which will cost 4. And then we can pay for Putrid Stirrings into Big Whale. Yeah. Tunic resource. There. There. Now we're all live. I think we'll go... Debating which one I would prefer to Arsenal. I'm going to have an attack already, so I think I'm fine arsenaling a Putrid Stirrings for the next go around. So we will pay the life, make this a little bit inefficient for them. So this would be not 3 and 9, which is still most of their hand. Let's try and push a little harder. We'll do the big one. Ooh. Caught him with the 2 blocks. Oh man, that's some pretty rough moment of variance for our opponent. Close the chain link, we get 2 chance. I don't have anything else to do here. But we're sort of going to get a free shot this go around, and hopefully we can use it to close out the game. So if I do Deathly Wail, just gotta go a little bigger. All right, I'm a moron. I forgot I had Putrid Stirrings. Let's see. So if I had put Deathly Delay out there instead, I could... Yeah, sorry. I need to start this turn. That's the wrong banish. It's fine. You can know I have a Deathly Wail. Okay, cool. So we're going to banish Deathly Delight instead. So what we're going to do here is Putrid Stirrings, pay the life for that, Mavrian Skies into blue Deathly Wail. And if this hits, we get a free Deathly Delight. I don't think it will hit. Oh, they must be heavy on reds again to be taking this arcane damage. We've got 7. Oh, reds and 2 blocks. Oh, okay, no, only 1 2 block. Reds, though, that's huge. There we go. We will break the chain. Put our Deathly Delight into play. Good game, opponent. Yeah, not getting blown out into that Eradicate was enormous. How did Vynnset play into Old Prism and the anti-prevention versus Spectral Shields? Are you talking from like the Light versus Shadow event? That was... Honestly, I feel like it could actually be a more favorable matchup for Vynnset than it ever was for Chain, which is kind of crazy to think about. But if Vynnset was in the meta with Old Prism, you would just run copies of Lead the Charge. You'd probably run like 6 copies of Lead the Charge and 2 Flails, so that you could, you know, lead the charge, and your go-agains could overlap and potentially protect each other. And when they don't have ALS and they have multiple auras in play, you can throw out your gate and then flail 2 different Spectras in the same turn, which is crazy. We get to go first, which is super good for us. I think we want the good blocks. I think a Revel for a double gate sounds good. And if we've got some more D-reacts, let's try this configuration. Oof. Starting off with a whiff. Not ideal. So, banish Shadow Puppetry. Put Incantation into play. And say go. Not how we wanted to start this game off, but, you know, they're not all going to be perfect. Maybe Katsu has a terrible all-blue hand. Mask, Tide Flippers. Okay. Hey, Dr. Doak. Our hand is pretty poor. Blue Wraiths being our only offense is not a great start to this one. But with Reduce to cover it up, we're kind of in good shape right now. Flusterfist for 4. I think we just value block and throw out some damage on our turn. Unfortunately, this Reduce is going to end up in a weird spot because of that. Pass. Yeah, Katsu is pretty good. Very consistent aggro deck, and yeah, this one's kind of annoying. So we're gonna throw out a respectable 2-card hand, but we're not really. At least we have the incantation going. That's huge. So even if we lose an extra card to play out this Reduce. Weird start. Opener had no blood debt. The second one was just 2 blue wraiths. Just cashing in a Breaking Scales early to make sure they get the defense value there. 1 point of life is 1 point of life. We'll see if this comes back to punish them later if we ever present like a 9 with a Mavrian Skies. They have a good amount of 3 blocks, but not all 3 blocks. So, not bad. Our 2-card hand pretty much matched their output. Well, good news is this hand sucks. I kid. That's not actually good news. But we already can't do everything we want to do with this hand, so what we do get to do is cycle cards. We're going to pass to reactions. This is... Honestly, this is a great first Bond's turn for them to do against us because our hand kind of sucks. So we just get to free roll a bit of blocking. They're not on Breeze Riders into us. They're on Tide Flippers, so there's not really... Okay, our turn. We're going to banish Deathly Whale. Incantation will take us up to 3. So we just lob out 9 and arsenal a yellow whale. And I think I value arsenaling a card when we still have Crown of Providence over blocking an unthreatening 3 vanilla damage. Man, Bonds of Ancestry is so good. I also wonder. Nah, I think we want to threaten as much as possible. And if they don't have 3 blocks, we want to punish them, or spare 3 blocks, anyways. If we can ride out these clunky early hands, we have a like this game is so far at a pace that we're pretty comfortable with. They're not blocking. Okay. Yeah, so I don't hate that at all. Okay, 4-card hand, cross trap. Cross trap coming out usually means that this is a turn that we are blocking. Coming in for 4. So the question is ancestral power empowerment or no. I think we just play around both. So we can Crown of Providence, Phantom, Wraith, block. And cycle out this Deathly Whale. Yeah, this plays around 1 copy of Ancestral Empowerment. Oh, and drawing into the Reduce. That's a very good draw into their Heart and Cross Trap turn. They had a weird hand. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to... So they didn't hit. If this hits, they can grab Whelming, which would come in for 4. And I think we're just comfortable with that, because I can block out a Whelming if I need to. Or like, if they hit here and they search up Whelming Gustwave Red, come in for 4, go again. I can reduce it. They can maybe breaking scales over the top, but like that is a safe time that like I'd like to see them burn the breaking scales trick for a blind draw on a turn that isn't massive. Okay, so 4. My turn, we're going to do a big delight. Yeah, I think I just make them spend the breaking scales here. Sure. You got it, friend. You can have your blind draw. Yeah, okay. Very happy to take a point of damage for a breaking scales activation getting eaten up. Alright, Deathly Delight is out there. Now we're through the 1 bit of blocking armor that they have. So Shadow Puppetry gains a lot of value for us. I'm not going to pay for the activation, because we already have 4 rune chance. So it's already very inefficient for our opponents to stop it. So 4 rune chance and a flail. So we're not going to pay there. We're going to Runic Reckoning, and then we're going to do this. So 4 and 9 with Go again into Flail of Agony. And we're going to gain 2 life at the end of this. Okay, so we're paying for defense. Well, some, but not all. So they've taken damage now, so we're going to get full value out of our Delight trigger. Yeah, Alex, you're right. If that was Dan, he absolutely draws Bonds of Ancestry there. But also, more importantly, I think Dan probably doesn't burn Breaking Scales there. Phantom Wraith. I'm not going to have a ton in the way of setup next turn. But this is basically draw a card for 1 life, so yes. Oh yeah, taking the flail. Okay. We're in good shape. And cool. Raw Descendant for 3. That screams Bonds in hand to me. What am I doing on my next turn? I have to banish a thing. I can banish Widespread Ruin. And we can come in tall again. Okay. Ooh, our opponent's draws are not cooperating for them. Okay. I'm not really interested in banishing more this turn. I think I'd press the advantage. I do want a Shadow Puppetry. So I think we go 10 into Flail. Keep a Widespread Ruin for next turn. Yeah, and there's worlds where, banishing to that Shadow Puppetry last turn can come back to haunt us, right? Because now we're going to take a point of blood at this turn also. But, maybe the hand we hit was Envelop Whale, or, there's a few different things we could do where, oh geez, getting the full block. I don't hate that. Particularly because of this. Okay, so we'll put Deathly Whale out there. So here, oh, this is so good. Okay, double gate turn. This is why Beseech the Demogon's great. I guess in theory, this being a pummel is good on this turn anyways, but we're gonna double gate here. Because we can envelop. Pitching widespread destruction. And throw out Deathly Whale. It's interesting. So if in the same situation too, if this Beseech was a yellow envelop instead, having the Tunic resource would bail us out, but it would cost one more for us to do this same double gate play. Ooh, okay, caught him on reds too. Yep. All right, and we get the mask here. That's huge. And our opponent is just at 1. So any shadow, yep, here we go. So we're short on, so let's see, right now grasp costs 3. Yeah, so we have to Tunic. And this should do it. Good game, opponent. Not bad, not bad. Sorry, just keeping my game logs up to date. Okay. Another one. Yeah, the draws for that Katsu were a little unfortunate. I think they got a little too excited popping breaking scales when they did, probably. Yeah, the likelihood that daisy chains into something really scary is lower, and the threat of activation tends to be more potent than the actual activation a decent amount of the time. Okay, Icelander, this is great. We get to try our new sideboard plan. Okay, we want all of our blues. We get to go first. Okay, that surprises me a little bit, but I won't complain. So we'll go 2 Beseeches and 1 Revel. We're keeping in Runic Reckoning, because Runic Reckoning is kind of a cool bait card in this matchup. So if we lead on any other buff or non-attack action, and they give us a Frostbite in response, if our second action... Oh, man. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Deathly Delight. This is a very good opening hand, to the point where I'm pitching away this Revel. Booyah, Red Whale. Just playing out of Frost Hex, okay. Potato. this is a early double gate turn, which is a very strong position to be in. So if we beseech into Deathly Wail, come in for 12, then we can creepers in the second beseech into Deathly Delight and push a big chunk of damage here. Trying to think if there's a way to... I think we're just going to end up arsenaling this Deathly Delight. So let's beseech, pay a life, and see what our opponent's got going on. No disruption. Okay. Deathly Wail coming in hot. Polar Blast. I think our Icelander opponent did not realize that they had priority with this incantation. Okay. This is close to the best like opening we could have into an Icelander. Getting out to a strong early lead is extremely valuable. So now we pay 2 to creepers. Don't pay any life for Vynnset here. Break the chain. Gate in a Delight for another 2 and 8. And we're going to end this turn at 40. We did it. Achievement unlocked. Oh, okay. So they had a blizzard, but we didn't go again. We creepered. I think keeping this in Arsenal is worth more than blocking 1 point of damage with it. But we will block with our 1 floater over here. Damn, so they didn't let me end at 40. Sad day. Yeah, so we've ended up back at 38. Arsenal a card. Creepers still doing stuff. And they just Arsenal pass. I've got Tunic up. So to play through potential disruption, I'm going to be at 2 rune chance, which means it costs 4 to make another one. I think that is slightly less risky. I don't have a way to force through Arcane this turn, which is really unfortunate on the heels of our Creeper's turn. They let our thing go again. Okay. Alright, well, let's play the Scary Moss guys out. See what our opponent wants to do. Nothing. They don't have any armor block. So actually, let's... Do I just Deathly Delight here? No. If I Deathly Delight, there's no way they take it, so that gets 2 cards. Maybe a third from there. No, I think we do play Deathly Delight in this moment. Only because if we grasp, we're paying 4. That's kind of inviting them to, like, I don't know, letting them know what kind of disruption we are vulnerable to is not a place I really want to be. Okay, so we should be taking all the rest of their hand here. But they landed the chill. Yeah, taking some arcane. Block makes sense to me. Maybe not. Okay, resolution step. So we haven't been hurt yet. Oh, we have a frostbite, but if we can pay through it already. Yeah, I think that's much scarier. So we'll pay a life, break the frostbite, come in with the flail. We'll get some life back for our troubles. We get the rune chant. And we have a pretty nice setup going into this next turn. And yeah, being safe from Coronet Peak feels really nice. So we have 2 yellow mob skies going on currently. Creepers is still around. Okay, so Creepers still being around means that we have a real shot at a double gate. Because it'd be 3 into 5. I think we just kind of play this turn a little more heads up and put out big numbers. Seems like a fine idea to me. Whoa. What? Whoa. Sorry, that was a weird glitch. I want to pass on the incantation. Alright, here we go. Okay. Yeah, let's start with the mouse, guys. See where that gets us. CLF. The incredible part is we should still be able to pay and play through this. No, it skipped. I accidentally passed priority on the turn somehow. Talahar legged out, so I must have passed through everything. So I need to do some math here because I think I want to. Well, no, I already have the frostbite now, but I'm going to break that anyway. So we won't get any extra frostbites, but everything's going to cost 1 more. So envelop costs 2. Even if it's just for a flail swing, I think I do want to activate Tunic. Pay 1 to break the frostbite. Go back up to 3 resources. And now our Mob Skies resolves. So everything costs +1. So this is 2 and this is 1. And I've got 2 more resources in hand. So we will envelop. We will pay a life. Deathly Wail. Oh, I also just realized that I sideboarded dumb. I was supposed to take out widespread ruins into Icelander, because sometimes she can screw up our. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes Icelander can screw up our uh, our banish zone by hitting us when we have a ruin out that we don't actually want to sink. Oh, we're getting double synced? Just one. Okay. Well then. Um, I am not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. So we're going to break this chain. And throw out another 10. This is admittedly risky because we're not going to have setup going into our next turn. But with this degree of life lead, I feel reasonably comfortable with everything. We'll block one. Don't tell anyone, Alex. That's the secret. Yeah, okay. See, first time we don't have Tunic in this game, and we're getting Coronet Peaked to keep the Channel Lake Frigid out. So this turn is going to be firmly setup mode. We're going to banish Phantom Wraith, play out Incantation. Yeah, so we're going to pitch Mobs, guys. You got it, pal. Wait. Okay. Are they fusing? Ice Eternal from Arsenal. Now the real question. Yeah, with this and this only costing 2, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ship 2 damage. Coronet Peak. Okay. We'll take those. We are now Coronet Peak proof going forward. But what we are not is Ice Eternal proof. Okay, okay. Showing a blizzard. Alright. Let's see. So it's going to be Ice Eternal for 6. Or pitching 6, so it's 3. So make 3 Frostbites. Then if it was fused, deal that much Arcane. They have a Blizzard, so they can Waning Moon after this and continue to keep Channel around. So if I don't have 2 blues in my hand, I can't do anything. So no. And I will discard Widespread Ruin. They gain a life, sure. this is the end of my end phase. So as long as I can break them on my turn, we're in some amount of business. We will not pitch to AB that because we need these blues. We will not pitch to AB that because we need these blues. I suspect our opponent's probably playing a version of the deck that has freezing point. Yeah, have to banish incantation because I need all those. Here, we're just interested in taxing the hand and trying to break the frostbites, which we do. They don't really have much margin, so this should take 2 cards, and it should make it not possible for them to keep CLF around for next turn. Oh, nice. Okay, touche. This... We're not going to be able to keep CLF around again, but they might get another Insidious Chill trigger on their turn. But... Okay. I think they just conceded. Fair enough. Yeah, so that was a hot start. Things went good. We would have had 2 rune chants going into the next cycle. And if they were had they spent another card to block here to stay alive, or they would have ended up at 1. But once they're at 1, we just need, we've got a blue, we've got Envelop and Tunic, so we could have, honestly, even banishing a puppetry, playing a puppetry, paying. We know that Heart of Fyendal's not around to be pitched in response, so we could have just forced through a lethal rune chant with our flail and that blue. Not bad. The only thing I don't agree with my opponent did there, I don't know. That was the bully list. I'm a little less familiar with that because when you test with Rhea Adams, you play against Arcane Icelander a lot. Icelander. All right, more Katsu. They're going first. This person has played against a Vynnset before. Cool. We'll go for efficiency. Our opponent wisely denying us the opportunity to go first. And we're going to pay our taxes. So we're going to present no offense on this turn. But we will do a hell of a setup. Double strike. Sure. Alright, so they grabbed 100 wins. And a double strike to come in later. So if I just plan on giving 2 cards. My turn, I banish Deathly Whale. Let's just see what's after this. Even more 100 wins. That's so many hundreds of wins. I don't want to give all the armor block now. I think if they want to breaking scales and lose that point to draw a card, I'm okay with it. So we'll give them this 4. Ah, they had the ancestral. Alright. When do they not? It happens sometimes, I guess. But I'm also a little more comfortable giving the draw after they've already used their Katsu trigger for the turn. So I can also give up a couple more cards. Or give up one more card, but then I hate that. They've got just one Flusterfist in the yard. So if they have Descendant and Bonds on the next 2 cards, they have to pitch to give that a name though. So we're just gonna take this. Oh, they had the double ancestral empowerment on top of access to breaking scales. That exact thing happened to me on my ProQuest winning in last weekend. I was 3-1. I was playing the undefeated first seed Katsu, and I had a block where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna play around ancestral empowerment, and I'm like, if you have ancestral and you're giving me breaking scales, fine. And then they just laughed in my face and played two, two ancestrals and kept their gloves. It was devastating. Alright, so we want to threaten more damage. So we'll take 2 here. Huh. So I guess I could have... No. That wouldn't have worked out how I wanted it to. Oops. Thank you, opponent. I do not wish to pay a life. Because we're taking all these cards anyways. Or pushing a ton of damage and still taking a card. Our opponent must have a pretty good hand. They seem to be in send me the bill mode. Okay, unless they're blocking this out, this is a mistake, because they could have saved his breaking scales to block out our Flail of Agony. So let's break the chain. Take a card. Now, do I Scepter of Pain? I think I do, because we've got the floaters. We already took our card. We evened out life totals. Yeah, Scepter of Pain's just better for me here. Cool. Cross strap turn. Okay. When cross strap comes out, that is a time that we tend to block a bit more. We can annihilation on this turn again, which is kind of crazy. It's a good time to have all 3 blocks. I can also just like block out this entire turn and still throw back 8 damage because we've got setup going on. Don't have a way to pay life. Don't have a great way to go again. So we'll block 6. And in general, when your opponents are giving you stuff like their equipment activations, that makes for like it's a push turn, it's a surge turn that they're trying to do. So blocking out rises in value a little bit. So they didn't hit the first one. This isn't. Mask would be next. I don't want them to get this draw, and I don't think they'll. It'll be tough for them to threaten another mask trigger. That'll be scary if I fully cover this. So we're gonna go here. We're covering it up. We're covering it up. Natty. Natty reds all the way through. Man. Maybe I should play Katsu. Occasionally. Not always, but occasionally it looks like the deck plays itself. Flusterfist won't have go again, so they have to double strike me a second time. I think I'll give them this just to... This guarantees that they can't end with a card. And then here, I think I'm fine covering some damage. Yeah, no, I know. I know Katsu's not always the most cooperative. I know the deck is complex and not simple to play, but yeah, sometimes you just draw your combo line, break your cross trap, thank God that I'm not Nice Hero, and go to town. Ugh, damn it. This is not great. It's very bad for this to happen on the heels of breaking Crown of Providence. Maybe it's a crappy hand after it's Art of War, though. Wait. Go again and banish. Okay, so they're giving go again. So, that's fine. So ideally I'd like to play out this incantation. If I let this hit, they can tutor up bonds. And then Flusterfist me again, so I really need to block this out. Yeah, I think I hate it and it hurts my soul, but I need to err on the side of respecting another Art of War. Oh my god, alright, so they're gonna Art of War and breaking scales. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we are breaking the scales. I still feel reasonably vindicated by my attempt at respecting that. Discard bonds. Hey, look. It's almost like I called this one. Dishonor. Okay. Surging Descendant bonds. So this is not going to be active, but it will come in for 4. God, take 9, go to 8, just to play out an incantation, or take 5, do nothing. Make a rune chant. Let's take 5. Letting this hit is effectively like a ponder, because it'll let them choose between, choose what they want to do. Although they actually, with tide flippers, they could give this go again. But I'm not really covering that up this game anyways. I think I need to try and just play disciplined here. Block 5 on the 5. Get my incantation rune chant. Like this was a, so we block heavy on a cross trap turn. Cool. This was a double Art of War turn that we got out of at only a 7 life deficit. Man, I swear I brought in my defense reactions. There's 5 of them. Okay, so ideally we really want to keep Deathly Whale in this situation. Borderline have to. Oh, I don't want to give up Tunic. But like if I let this hit and then they just follow up with Whelming. They pitched a blue Whelming. 2 reds are in the yard. But there's also just Descendant. They could come in for 5. Damn. I don't love it, but okay, Descendant for 4. Turns out, when Katsu has combo lines nearly every turn of the game. One Dishonor in the yard, 1 banished already. So there's 1 more Dishonor they could grab. But more importantly, there's another red bonds that exists. But honestly, any bonds are a problem. But we're at all of the good color Flusterfists are used. So like the bonds are getting a little less effective, but I think I have to value block. I think there's a chance I'm just fully blocking all this out again. Ditch a blue whelming. Grab the last red bonds. Play the bonds. Spanish 100 wins. Get 100 wins. Oh, this is... Yeah. Alright. We're shipping it all. Because that was a mask trigger too, waiting to happen. Hey, what's up, Reduce? It's been a while. Too long, some might say. Where were you 2 hands ago? uh, need to hope there's just not another good combo starter. A yellow surging would be the most punishing thing right here. But I need to pretend like I'm going to play offense again someday in this game. Can't just keep bleeding it out. Okay, alright. Red surging. Okay. So we have no setup, which is bad. I think we're just doing some blocking here. Oh, man. Alright. Fine. I can't flail here because they've got Kodachis, so they'll snap off a card. Oh my god! Okay. Which natty combo are they gonna have this time? It was Descendant last time. The first red one came with Whelming and Bonds. At least there's no Roner red Bonds. No, I think there's another red Descendant after this. That is my called shot. uh, Never didn't have it. if Katsu draws like this every game, they're winning the PT. That's all there is to it. Good game, opponent. Both teams played hard. uh, Natty red combo line, double Art of War turn. Tough when defense reactions don't line up in a cooperative fashion. But our opponent also played well and left no room for error. They also smartly didn't let me go first. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't realize how important going first is for this deck. Yeah, and so they got to go first. They poked us for 2, set up an arsenal. We did nothing but set up, so they got to prevent us from setting up, and we didn't really start with tempo. So that's definitely a drawback of the recent changes, right? Because this, with less envelops in the deck, with only 6 envelops, we're less likely to be able to play a gate on turn 0. Very real chance these should just be sink belows, but having a defense reaction that is not subject to your rune chant status seems like a big boon. Lexi. All right. Well, we're not really testing into Lexi. It's not really one of our current objectives, so we'll wing it. Sometimes you just kill him, as it turns out. So, let's grab some nice efficient value plays. So we're gonna do an early Crown of Providence here. Coming in for 7. So I can block 3 and reduce. Yeah, actually that's fine. Maybe we're not crowning here. So block 3, pass, reduce. Yeah, I think the brief pause. I think our opponent's other card is a Rain Razors, which Just my gut instinct. Pay a life. Don't pay a life. That was wrong. I probably shouldn't pay because I'm doing the go again and I'm going to flail. I should not have shouldn't have paid life up front on this one. So if I lose by 1 point, it's my own fault. But again, it's Lexi, and this is not a matchup I'm caring to try and fix anymore. Did you graduate? Yeah, get out of here, Lexi. Nobody invited you. But yeah, I shouldn't have paid because for our opponent to block out 3 and 10 into flail is like every card they have, which would just be completely worth it. But I guess we're going the other way. I guess the one upside of doing it this way is if Shadow Puppetry's hitting, we now have an opening where if this is a 2-gate on top, it is not. Typical. No. If it was a 2-gate on top, we could have banished it with Shadow Puppetry, broken the chain, gotten our rune chance, and flung out another 8 damage. That was a very good set of opening turns for us. Oh, a drill shot. Sure. Okay, so we're guaranteed able to disrupt their arsenal next turn. 5. It'll be sad if they have a Rain Razors. But I think we'll try this way. Cool. But, you know, it's tough to try and play around Rain Razors ever, so. Do I want to pay 1 to avoid discarding? End of turn. Okay. Sure. No paying life. Throw out 11 with go again into flail. Cool. So they've taken 1, so we're getting a card from their arsenal. Oh, their hand's a bit clunky, it would seem. It's just all blues. Okay. So they're just shipping it, trying to eat up our setup. We eat the drill shot. Alright, so that arsenal card is probably quite good. let's see. I could Scepter of Pain. At least eats. If I Scepter of Pain, Arsenal reduce. I at least eat Tunic Resource, probably. But also, they could just give me. I could pay 3 and throw Widespread Ruin for 8. But then reduces down and Tunic Resources down. I think I just take advantage of a time where the life lead is in my favor. I've still got a good amount of armor. And setting up a reduce. Cool. Yeah. Take that every time. Red infecting. Drill shot. This is going to be for 5, so let's... pass reactions. Codex, haha, you fool. Now my arsenal's actually good. Oh man. Okay, so if on my turn I banish Deathly Whale, but I have to discard. Ooh, this is tough. I suppose I could just eat some more Infecting Shot damage. What did they grab? No, wait, they grabbed Infecting Shot. And now we discard. I could just cycle this out of my arsenal too, which seems reasonable. So we'll do that. Turn that arsenal card into something. Oh, okay, no snaps, no second Infecting Shot. Alright. Feel like I got off easy. Oh boy, howdy, do I not want to arsenal this Widespread Annihilation. I suppose I could always just pitch it to make a rune chant after this. Yeah. Oh wait, so I've dealt Arcane, haven't hurt myself, so I can just double gate this turn anyways. So if I break the chain, pitch to grasp, and do this. That is why Grasp is amazing. This hand is very good. Alright, they're risking it. Pitch the red for a 3 of a kind. I guess they have Tunic. Oh, alright. Well. Four into 5. So for me to have a really good turn, I need to eat all of this. Because then on my turn, I banish Deathly Will, go to 1 rune chant, pitched Shadowverser to go to 2, Tunic, Pay, Envelop, and then Arsenal Shadow Puppetry. I think given where we are in this game, I think I'm very comfortable doing that. So I'll already have the full setup. I think keeping a shadow card to for next turn when we're gonna the 2 rune chants and a shadow puppetry is a really nice setup to leave ourselves with. I guess it does deny us threatening actual lethal this turn, but I think it's still probably a better play to wait on the puppetry. Our opponent is going to see if their power cards can bail them out. Huh, okay. So this is really weird for our opponent. we're going to let these Heat Seekers hit. We are not going to let this Fatigue Shot hit. Coming in for 6. I think it's more important that I keep the setup rolling through turns. Especially, from double Heat Seeker. That's funny. 13 and 1. There's no way they can stop all that, right? So 3 rune chants, and then 10 with go again. And then I'm going to flail. There's no way. Eating the new horizon. And we still get to flail. And the tunic. Sure. Ponder and frailty. They got a searing shot, so they're coming in for 4, so we can just reduce that. I have to discard. Reduce to rune chant, you're such good value. They arsenaled whatever they got, but they don't have New Horizon anymore. So there's a world where that forces them to use Snapdragon Scalers on it. Flail is just a 0 here, so we will just pass. Play pre-mid and pass. Okay. Let's remember, I have an arsenaled red whale. Delight feels like a safe one to put out there. I could also... No, there's no way it hits. Okay, let's do that. They're probably taking the 1 because it's really inefficient. Oh, you know what? Shows what I know. At this rate, we're going to fatigue our opponent. Endless arrow for 4. What am I doing on my turn? Ditch the Mavrans guys. Seeing a bit of classic Vynnset in action here. Potentially tough to, not potentially. Sometimes it is hard to close out games. Just full stop. You know, when you don't have quite the life lead to give or can't afford to let some, you don't want to let things linger and banish for too long. And at these life totals, it becomes riskier. But I think with this incantation landing in play, okay, they get 2 defense for their Rain Razors. So we're coming in for 8. We're going to end this turn at 11. Ooh, they must just have no more. Another non-block. Got there. Vynnset confirmed. Best deck around. Alright. Cool. So, yeah, not bad so far. What are we on the day? We are 4-1. Let's keep this train rolling. Where are all these Dromi at? Keep, it's no coincidence that Tome of Imperial Flame is a $60 card. Yeah, full stop. Cheapest copies on TCU Player is $60 a piece. Another Icelander. Cool. We'll go same plan as last time. We get to go first. Oh, come on. Don't be scared. It's just a Vynnset. Actually, now that they've dodged, I'm going to go take a quick bio break and be back in a few minutes. Stick around. All right, and we're back. Just a quick break there. Cool. Let's try again. Well, we found a Kano. Ebb and Fold, AB, AB. So AB3, Spell Void 2. We get to go first. So we want offense. And we want blues. Not the best start. Not where we want to see all of our blues. This is a little excessive. None of these cards are even very good arsenal targets. Okay. We get the intentional walk to a double gate turn early. Not the scariest double gate ever, but double gate's a double gate. Prognosticate. Okay, so if we had kept one of the blues and taken some more damage, we could have thrown out this Phantom Wraith this turn as well. But I don't think that's actually that scary of a proposition. Ooh, alright, well. Swell Tidings. This is the one, if it deals more than 5 damage, they get a Ponder. I don't really want them to Ponder. Next turn, so if I ditch this Shadow Puppetry, no, let's let them have the Ponder. If our resources for next turn weren't so odd, I would probably do something different. But we need to play Envelop. So let's Banish Shadow Puppetry and throw out a big chunk. They're not good at blocking Flail either. So let's banish Reckoning. Go 10, go again into Flail. Try and get a bit of setup going. Banish that. Don't pay life. Don't pay life. Throw out big chunks. We want a blue. Flail. Okay. Well, we have one possible gate. This turn is actually fine too, because we can take advantage of this Phantom Wraith that we've had chilling in Arsenal. Yeah. Yes, pay life. Off skies. Delight. Take the whole hand. Pretty good. And then instead of flail, and instead of hurting ourselves, I think we just throw out another 4. Pass turn with the setup. Potion of Deja Vu. Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna... Can't give the second one go again. So I think I'd rather sit on the blue. Yeah, okay. So this is straightforward enough. Mob Skies, Shadow Verser. With go again. Neither card. Threatening like just enough damage on this turn to be really annoying. I kind of want to just flail though and save Revel for next turn. Because like this wasn't a bunch of damage, but we're still going to get some cards. And given how this game has gone up to this point, sure. Yeah, so they would have been able to block some Rune Chants anyways. Okay. We should be able to seal the deal this turn. Oops. Well, okay. So the unfortunate part is we have to go shields down for it. But this was the only way we were playing offense this turn. Or I guess, let's see, I could have banished Shadow instead, and then gone Mob Skies into Shadowverser. Put a Deathly Whale out there. And I could have kept one card in hand. Okay, yeah, I could have played this turn better. So if I die here, this is self-inflicted. No resources, so 0, Spell Void. That's just going to be too many. Oh man, they stacked the less on top. We are very, very dead. Yep, that'll do it. Honestly, into that turn, the last 2 turns being very mopey on offense is good game. Person with a dumb name. All right. So I had blue, Mob Skies, 2 Deathly Whales, but I had to banish 1. No, that's it. So I could have banished Shadowverser instead. Still played could have still played gone Mauve into Shadowverser. Yeah, and I could have kept AB1, but like I died by 15, so having one more resource into that onslaught, I don't believe tips the scales. If I had a blue, if that play allowed me to keep a blue, that changes the outcome. That probably changes the outcome. Problem is not really having a play without pitching that blue first is rough. But hey, Kano things. It was they put me to negative 15. So that was a 40 damage combo turn. Not bad, not bad. Hey, Kenichi Chiba, thank you for the subscribe. Much appreciated. We go again. Boltyn. Oh man. Why do people dodge Vynnset? It's kind of rude. At a certain point, I'll start thinking about being offended. Also, you're Boltyn. Your whole job is to like smite people like me. Ooh, all right. I haven't played against a Max before on this deck. Cool. So I think these are just fine value. we get to go first, which is sweet. Um, and no arcane barrier on our opponent's side, which is cool for us. Yep. Not bad. So we want to wait on this Revel, because we don't want us... Well, I guess we could just get the Rune Chance. And... No, because we're going to set some stuff up this next turn. So let's... Yeah. Alright. Taking the hit. Take 4. Crank and bank. Activate max. Crank the hyperdriver. Sure. Part of me is like really tempted to just go break it. Come in for 6. And Banksy to follow. But Banksy doesn't have it on hit right now. The setup that I'm going to do in a second is really strong. We'll see. It's max. We're going to learn things about the matchup today. Bonk. Interesting that they chose to crank with... So with this loadout, our max opponent is pretty clearly going to be trying to construct Nitromechanoid against us. Okay, so next turn we've got Creeper's Tunic Revel, if we want it. High Octane. We can also sit on Tunic Resource, use Deathly Wail as our pitch for 1 for Creepers and 1 for Envelop in Darkness. And then this is a race and it's just vanilla damage, so I think I'll... No, who am I kidding? They can't stop Arcane. What am I talking about? Alright, so let's be smart and play around that inherent advantage that we have in this game. You're a good opponent, no worries. Oh yeah, that costs 3 right now. Naturally. Alright, so 5 coming in. my turn is going to be arcane damage. There's also a world where I can just block out completely from this situation. But I don't think we need to do that. I guess, so Pulse Wave Harpoon is a card that exists, so if I'm just throwing out a random block to block 3 damage like that, I should have waited. Crank and a Hyperdriver. Gonna rev up at us. And then wrench again. Actually, I can't give up my whole hand anyways. That was incorrect of me to say. But I can block 6, take 3 more, banish, envelop. Oh wait, no, they didn't boost this, so this is it. Okay. Nah, let's do it. Let's do a big value block. Save a couple points. They don't really do on hits anyways. And even though, so we're going to do a big double gate turn, push a lot of damage, take a card from hand, which is all great. And most importantly, we're going to have Tunic still up to keep all of our stuff live, our reduced rune chance. So, paying life for this doesn't make any sense. Because we're just going to get it back, because damage will go through. Taking 7. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and break that chain. Give me a card. Tome. Alright. Five more. Alright, this hand is... Actually, maybe we just get our Crown of Providence value in here, if we can. 5. They're going to attack again. They're probably going to crank and bank, so I want to save a 3 block for that. So let's just get this out of the way, cycle out of Widespread Ruin, see if we can... There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Throttle boosting. Coming in for 6. 1 resource left, but they can Foundry Heart and put a whatchamacallit into play. which is what I would bet they would do. Okay. Armor comes out to play. Go into 1. Seems like they are just going to see if they can do the thing this turn. Because they are dead to Runechant's Flail. Oh, nice. Okay. Big Shot's a pretty cool card. Probably going to get a base legs into Banksy. No, wait, they haven't cranked this turn. So, probably won't get that. Although, they haven't Tekla Foundry Hearted this turn either, so... no, they could have... So they could have paid base legs. Maybe they already... got them. OAB is a tough one. Tough to overcome. Once more with feeling. Here we go. Okay. Been hoping for this one. They are going to go first, which is unfortunate for me, but makes sense. I think a few reduces are fine. I think I'm probably going to change these yellow reduces. Like these being blocking 4 breakpoints is so important. We'll go here. And actually, there's like a world where they try and fatigue us, so a few extra cards are fine. Yeah, they're running 64, and so are we. All right. We bridged the gap. Four coming in hot. Mirror guy on top. Sure. Yeah, fine. Uh, Peace, I guess. We're gonna Scepter of Pain them. Just kidding. I don't believe we can Scepter of Pain them. Yeah, non-weapon, non-attacks. So we will just queue up our following turn. Which admittedly is pretty good. Sure, mirror guy in the house. What do we got? Uvia. And no attacks. Surely you swing at least for 2 with no Phantasm. Whatever. Widespread Ruin. Our opponent's going to be really sad when we clear their entire board. So Mob Skies. I kind of also want to hit him in the face. This feels like a tragic waste if I don't do that. But no, we'll play Disciplined here. Widespread Ruin at Uvia. We'll put 9 copies of Mauvrion Skies in our deck for a reason. We take those. Unfortunate to not have a go again here. I think the upside on turning this into another card. There we go. Okay. Now we're in business. Alright, so now we're just gonna stymie some bleeding. Uh, so yeah, gotta do the Runeblade thing, prioritize keeping problematic dragons out of play. And rely on arcane damage to keep us in the damage race while we keep the board under control. Nothing to stop that. Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. I was going to have 2 rune chance regardless, so one more. Not enough reason to bust out the furnace. Hmm. Uh, 4. I've got full rune chant count. So I would like to widespread destruction. I would also like to incantation. Okay, this is a little bit risky, but I know we've got more 6s down the road. And the life total situation is okay. Alright, yeah, here we go. Good stuff. This is any hits. This is heroes losing life. I think I just kill the Ender Eye, eat the arsenal, set up my incantation, and flail. Hmm. I don't like having to do this, but the way that we lose this game most easily is by falling behind on being able to keep their board under control. Whew. No thank you. Good to know that that is next. So let's break this chain. We eat a Miraging Metamorph. Good value there. Play out incantation. Grasp. And flail the face. Fine turn. Kyloria. We've seen few enough of our 6s early that I feel like I'm in a fine spot for future turns. The chances of us hitting double popper is pretty decent. Okay. Oh, and they're just going to cover it up. Sure. Wouldn't be my first choice for use of Flamescale Furnace, but I guess, when I've got 2 incantations running and they're a red deck, you want to keep your life total high where you can. Okay. Alright, so I want to pop a thing. Oh, okay. So I can play any of these that I want. Problem is I can't double gate. I don't have. I have to clear Mirror Guy. Mirror Guy has to die. No questions asked. I can also clear the AB. So let's do that. We get our Arcane. So here I can go Deathly Delight and a Mirror Guy, throwing 3 at face, and then I can Tunic, Creepers, Incantation, Pitching, Envelop, and clear the Ashwing with Flail, and still end with a Rune Chant. Yeah, I don't love it, but keeping Mirror Guy off the table is how we win these games. Oh, okay. Touche. You know what? That's a Warmonger's Diplomacy that's not getting played in my face, so sure. And doing it this way on the same chain with Deathly Delight means we get our life points back as well, which is cool. Damn, okay. Well, this hand is good. To rake. Yeah, Creepers being down is not something I love. Okay, on my turn, I'm going to... I've got Deathly Wail. So we're going to push a bunch of Arcane. Yeah. I don't love eating this, but I don't have a better option. Cool. Alright, so hopefully we're at a stage where our arcane can just really overwhelm. Because this turn, I mean, we need to clear dragons, but we're gonna hit poppers again too. But at least the red mauve attack goes to a dragon. That is a must. So I could go Shadow Puppetry, Pay a Life, go Face. Break the Chain, Mauve Skies into a Dragon, Flail, and Ashwing. So let's go. Cool part is if this hits, there's a world where. Okay, yeah, so they must have a D-react here. No reactions from me, friend. They've got one. Um, okay. Burn them all. I think I'm fine popping this because I just come at them with that. Yeah. We'll just pop this first one. Saves us damage, especially when our next turn offense is going to also clear their board. Yeah. All right. We have slogged through. We have slogged through. Opponent finally gets a tome turn, first one of the game. Fortunately for us, we're sitting here on 3 poppers. Double tome. Oh, wait. No. Oh, yeah, they are playing another tome. Okay, like there's no world where they don't have a tome tie off of this, right? Okay. Uh, My turn. Can't pop it anyways. Oof. Not the most impressive double tome turn I have seen. And more important than any of this, they only have Seeker's Mitts for this turn. So, banish Deathly Whale. Trigger, trigger. Sigil, sure. Good game. That was... Whew. Man, playing into Dromi, similar to Icelander, is playing a whole different ball game. I think we attacked dragons like far more often than we attacked face on this game, and it is not particularly close. But that's why we're on 9 Mobs, guys. Okay. Another. Max. Not Max. Dash. And they're going to go first. Okay. The unfortunate part is I'm kind of obligated to hedge a little that they might be trying to fatigue me. Yeah, I'm changing these out. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Jamming Vynnset all day today. Took a day off work. Oh, okay. Well, cool that we have extra cards. I think... Alright, so this is going to be incredibly boring, but I think there's a world... Well, I mean, I guess not if they're loading pistol and passing. We have 10 more cards in deck than them. Like, I feel like there's a world here where we're supposed to just block out and try and fatigue them. Yeah, no, with Tekla Pounder as the lead item, they are definitely 110% playing aggro into us. Probably a build similar to I think Merrick Kemp just top 8'd the last GP with a aggressively slanted dash. So 5, if it hits, opt 1. Yeah, I'm not even sure if it is totally feasible, right? Because if they slow down and set up the huge turns, I'm kind of going to be obligated to play some offense anyways. Joke's on you, that Rebel's not doing much for me right now anyways. What's up, Max Velocity? How you doing? Long time no see. I think I just block 7 here. I expect this gets card and gauntlet. Or just the whole equipment suite. Sure. I got my setup. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 7 boost. Okay, so they boosted twice, which makes me think Pulse Wave Harpoon. Because they can't max velocity. Well, let's see. If they have a 0 and another max velocity, they could max velocity again. I have a turn regardless, so like even if it's not the ideal situation, that's fine. Shit, yeah, no, if they probably have another max velocity in hand. Cool. Somebody has to be the best max velocity deck in the format. Alright, well, we've just taken 2 of their most threatening turns. They are churning through their deck like crazy fast. We started with 10 more cards in deck than them, and now we have 20 more cards in deck than them. Okay, and if we're super good at this game, we'll draw a Reduce to Runechant in our next hand. Get to use this Tunic resource productively. 1, 2, 3 T-bones down. 4, 5, 6 T-bones down. There's 3 T-bones left in that deck. Oh, there's 2 T-bones left in that deck. Speak of the devil. Banish Big Shot. I've got no setup. So I could do a 2-card hand that is 7, threatening to gain a little bit. just do that. Taking the arcane. And Deathly Delight makes our flail attack free. Makes sense. Ugh. Yeah, the way they're playing this out, I'm gonna try and fatigue. We're at similar life totals. They are burning through cards like crazy. Max V again. That's the last one in the deck. We're not going to dome ourselves when they can just Iron Rock Gauntlet there. This hand is low-key a disaster. Sure. Double high octane. Alright. Well, if we somehow manage to not just be dead. Oof. Having that zipper hit here stings a lot. Yeah, we're just going to be dead to pistol shots, but we almost got there. We were close. Good game, but I'm still going to make you do it. Almost. 2 cards left in deck. Almost got there. Interesting. This is the first time I have played against that deck, or that version of that deck. Um, yeah, I need to do a better job staying disciplined on not throwing equipment out for fun to block in those matchups. Because I basically, got forced to crown early because I had blocked with grasp and lost boots early. If I stay a little more disciplined, there's a chance that I managed to pull that one out. Our opponent was also very not careful, but intentional in their pitching high octanes so that they would have it whenever they got back around to the late game. A wise decision. They're going first. We'll take a few extra cards. That's fine. Yeah, I don't even feel like I want these. Like, just a value 3 block is... yeah, I think those are going to either become sink belows or possibly just go back to yellow envelopes. The fact that they don't help you hit breakpoints more easily is unfortunate. Codex pitch. Scalers instead of black text and no arcane barrier. Okay. Well, we know how we're winning this game. Sure, you can have this one. Didn't think so. Well, not the start we were really hoping for. We're going to ping him anyways. Let's see if I can get an extra card. when these rune chants are just unblockable damage, we send them and keep trying to pull cards from our opponent. Nope, opponent is looking to race. They're looking to do some damage. Hurl for 3. Sure. Looking for a scrap. Okay. Vanilla damage. We just take. I just took a bunch of damage. I could... I think that's a free roll. Cool. Yeah, my wife got home a few minutes ago, so... Doggo is excited and wandering around. Well, let's... Putrid. Pay a life. Envelop. Pay no life. Let's throw out 15 and get our rune chant machine started. Ooh, Nelly. Okay. Do nothing arsenal makes me think defense reaction arsenal, which makes widespread destruction a silly idea. So we'll just keep the rune chants rolling. Yeah, and especially when this Uzuri opponent did not present Arcane Barrier. Florian, was it you that had you had your own pupper that was having some health issues, right? Everything, hopefully everything ended up okay with them. Um, 5, draw a card. Cool, so this is going to be a sweet little sequence here, because we get to Shadow Puppetry, pay a life to force through the Arcane. So we're going to get to Deathly Will with Go Again into Widespread Destruction, and still carry over our chance in the next turn, and eat their arsenal. The fact that they drew it blindly off an E-Strike makes me a lot more eager to get the Widespread Destruction going. Smart move. Get the arsenal out of the way. Oof. Down and dirty. Two enchants already. My turn is going to be Banish, Stirrings. Let's block there. Alright. We are primed to do some gratuitous violence on this next turn. Yeah, so we want to Banish Destruction. The blue pays for Putrid Stirrings. Tunic can put an incantation into play for us. We're just going to do it all. We're going to do it all next turn. Okay, so I can give up some equipment, throw 12 with Go Again. Or, like, my heart says Death Touch is what's coming. But, like, I don't think there's a combination of cards our opponent could have at this stage that just kill us. I guess if they swap it out and do Hand Disruption, that is where we've got a problem. or Command and Conquer as well. That's all an issue. So let's be smart and block 6. But how to block the 6? Yeah, the way we lose this game is not getting to just, you know, lob 15 damage next turn. So, giving 2 cards and the rest of the equipment protects us from shakedown. And surgical. Oh, we're doing it anyways. Oh, and shred. Okay, that's fair. So, most importantly, we tried to do our best to play around the shakedown. Take 2. Oh, they chose 1 pitch and they missed. Oops, sorry. Got there. All right. Thinking probably another game or 2, and then I'll call it a day. I've got to do some writing for the Wraith Times. Working on a big one currently. Going to. Oh, all right, good. This will probably be the last game because this is going to be a grind. Oh, we get to go first. That's so good. Them all. Yeah, these should be something else. The fact that I don't even want to bring them into this Bravo is very telling. They did bring Arcane Barrier, so let's. Tear Asunder, Anathos. This hand at -2 cards, I'd lose these reds, and I can still throw out a Putrid Stirrings with Go again. If I keep all these cards, I don't think this is the situation where I am trying to cash in armor. So, early in the game, Flail of Agony's job is to try and chew through some amount of armor um, and equipment. So like Crown of Seeds or Crown of Providence going down here is good. Crippling Crush being blocked with at this juncture is good. Flail, yeah. See, so we're fine with all that though. That was the life totals didn't change in a productive way for us, but that's just the stage of the game that we are in. Okay. So I want to Arsenal and Envelop on my turn. We'll be at 2 rune chance. I can just lob out 8 with Gogan into Flail. This 4 is just 4. Okay. It's not going to be like this forever. Ah, dang. Okay. This hand is rough. Damn. Yeah, no gate in this one really stings. Okay. Regular old Anathos for 6. Alright, well, Revel would have looked really cool with this hand. Gonna be at 3. I think I want to attack the hand. I think I want Annihilation. And we've got Tunic. So we'll just conserve life this go around. I can just sit. I can sit on Envelop. I should sit on Envelop. You got it. Okay. We're almost through the equipment. this turn, I can throw out 15 and carry over some setup. I think I want to stagger these incantations. Does that help? Um, Remembrance. Okay. Okay. I think this can be a cool turn. Because if I go Reckoning into Whale, that's 5 and 8 coming in. Damn. Nope. Can't quite make this one work the way I want to. And I need to clear that Shadowverser out of my banish zone. Maybe that's it. Maybe I Creepers the Reckoning. So if I start by Envelop, pitching Shadow into that. Envelop, pitching that. Pay a life. So right now, let's close that chain. And then creep. I could just Creeper's Ruin from hand. Okay. Oh, we hit a Starstruck. That's actually really good. One less bit of gas. Okay, so let's banish and reduce. Go up to 2 rune chance. Hang on. There? No, sorry. Never mind. I did Shadow Verser. I could just break the chain and make a rune chant. But no, I lied. I think I am just going to flail. We're going to lose creepers here, which is unfortunate for me, but we're through the last bit of armor. Okay. This is a rough one to not have the right hand for. Although I guess I only need to play one Runechant producer on this turn. So I can oof. A block for 8 sounds terrible when I'm giving 2 cards either way. Yeah, this is just rough. If I'd have made the Runechant last turn. Oh, right. That makes this decision making easier because it is dominate, and I'm just being stupid. So if we give all the equipment and beseech, one, 3, that. Chewing through the gas. Ugh. Punished. Okay. Let's see if they want to give us a card. If they don't, we're in trouble, but we've got this reduce finally that we can arsenal. Yep, okay, something's getting dominated at us, which makes it really good that we have that reduce. Regular Spinal Crush. Okay, oh wait, no. So reduce is going to put me up to 3, so I don't actually have to play envelop this turn. So I can block with Annihilation. Oh wait, no, I know I needed it. That's okay. So this is to buy some breathing room. I should have kept the blue and blocked with envelop, and then I could have played putrid. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. So I need to stop taking damage from this putrid stirrings. Sink below. Okay. Let's I really wish this was a blue one right now, or that this card was a blue. coming in for 4. Jeez. This red pocket is kind of brutal. Well, doing actual nothing here seems like a real good way to lose this game entirely. God, just lobbing out 6 seems terrible. Took the rune chant. Okay. Oh, sink. Sure. Yes, indeed. We're just dead to this. Interesting. We were coming back to the Rebel. Some weird streakiness to the hands in this one. Not having those last few cards, legitimately problematic, right? Like if I had 2 Sync Belows, they would have been in. And we could have been in a slightly better spot to defend some of the crush effects. 12-0. I mean, I was definitely down over 20 life at some point in that. Started executing the game plan to an extent, but that early Shadow Verser, the brick hand where I had to banish a Shadow Verser, that cost me at least 4 or 5 points of life. Is a very well, not the kind of thing that you can have happen in a matchup like Bravo, where you you need to execute your game plan well, you need to not get high rolled, and you need things to break your way a little bit. Yeah, so I think overall we forged a respectable comeback. Still though, always going to be a hard matchup. Yeah, so all right, what's that put us to? We just played Bravo. They let us go first. We lost. Alright, so on the day, that puts us to a resounding 7-4. We lost to Katsu. We lost to that 40 damage Kano game. We almost fatigued that dash. They had 2 cards left in deck. And Bravo got us here. But Bravo, that being a tough matchup is not likely not news to anyone. Definitely a tough one. So after today's games, honestly, even I only brought it in a couple times, but the fact that I didn't want to bring it in more makes me think that yellow reduced rune chant is not the right move. It could just be Sync Belows again. I feel like I did in those longer games. I did feel the lack of Envelop in Darkness. Didn't have as many ways to bail us out of individual turns. Could also be, there's the Funeral Moon's always a consideration. The cards, it's low, it can be low impact, but at the same time, it's kind of a free roll and it's a 3 block. The Beseech the Demigons felt great. I felt attack light again, but really only into Bravo, which makes sense because we're not bringing in any extra attacks there. Um, and with Dromi's prevalence, maybe one of these slots is like a Phantom Banshee, another big attack, another popper. The second Revel could be on the chopping block as well. Like getting inundated with these is a problem, but also having a card that's just in conjunction with Tunic Resource is sort of a free roll to a double gate turn is very very strong. Um, so yeah, as of now, these yellow reduces are at least somewhat on the chopping block. Um, yeah, Funeral Moon, Envelop, a Singleton Phantom Banshee, or yeah, I think any of that would be good. Um, into Bravo there at the end, we didn't. So obviously they defended a ton early, and we chewed through armor, and eventually we got to the point where the armor was chewed through, but it didn't. The hands didn't shake out in such a way that one final game. I just played 11 in a row. It's been like 4 hours. Um, I should go back and watch an earlier part of the stream. There's a bunch more games I don't think you were here for. um, but yeah, at least I don't know. The game plan into Bravo is sensible enough. I probably need to do a better job trying to find the double gate turns. Um, I guess the easiest of which you're looking at if you line up Putrid and any other buff with any of the go again enablers into any of the two gates. That's a good 20 damage turn, but you need to find those 20 damage turns. Probably, the first two will chip damage by the time you're on the third one. That's where you can try and steal the game. So, yeah, Vynnset continues to impress overall. Sink Below, Funeral Moon, Yellow Envelop. Be on the lookout. Don't feel like I missed Pummel. My hands felt a lot freer on the hands felt freer, I guess, in terms of trying to sort of operate pitchless style, and I'm not mad about it. I think that was certainly intentional. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep at it, and we'll see where things land in the future. But as always, thanks for hanging out here at the Demonastery Jojo. I will catch you all next week. We'll see how I got a couple pro quests coming up this week. I went 3-2 last Saturday. I forgot to mention 3-2. Lost round 1 and round 5. Ended up bubbling at 9th. I had the same record as several people in the top 8, but the round 1 loss came back to haunt me. Overall, the deck ran great and felt really great. I will say that one area that each of my losses, I have one block decision that I wish I could change, and possibly alters the outcome of the game. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but it's cool to know that I continue to never really feel like the deck can't just hang with what these tier 1 decks are doing, which is cool. 2 more pro quests this weekend. Can I get Vynnset her first LL points? I sure as shit hope so. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. List is in the description as always. And yeah, good luck rune chanting people, and good luck in your pro quests. And I will talk to you all next week. See ya.